shit, I didn't realize it would start immediately. Oh no. Oh no, this is not the plan. Oh shit. I don't even think anybody's in here. Nobody's gonna be able to read this. 7 years, that's almost damn near thinking font. Oh, courtroom. Hold on. Neither of those are Edgeworth, though. That's Gumshoe, though. Is it? No. It's just somebody that happened to be wearing some bullshit. Who is this? And what's with the fucking scales earrings? Who are these people? The Yatagarasu is the man standing over at the prosecutor's bench. That's crazy. So, is that why? Is that why Kay has a strong draw to Miles? That makes sense. This all being in the intro is crazy. I expected to get like a scene that I could pause on, not the entire background of this case, and not seeing pixelated judge. What's up, C-Bay? Well, it's Mr. Faraday, so... So we actually got to see a fully rendered courtroom. That's interesting. September 10th, 320, District Court, 3rd floor lobby. And this is the first time we're seeing not the defendant lobby as well. Huh. Oh, Edgeworth in the suit. in the OG suit. Holy shit. So this is what 4 years before the first game starts? If I'm thinking about it right, cuz it's 3 years ago that game 1 happened. And then 7 years removed from right now is this. Okay, that makes sense. Right. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as prosecutor will be... Wait, what? As a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Wasn't Miles' first case the Terry Falls case? Am I tripping? Edgeworth? Oh! Oh! There he is. Sir? Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karl. There's the snap. Will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. Look at him just greasing. That such a legendary prosecutor is watching over and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Does that mean Franziska's gonna be pulling up too? This is pretty sick. So, assumably, what door do we go in? This should lead to the defendant lobbies. Edgeworth, where is your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom as you crush him. Indeed, thank you. You are a man of wisdom and experience, sir. So does this mean Manfred can't top the one-off character list anymore? You know, I mean, if we want to get technical, no. But if we want to also get technical, yes. Because this isn't a real game, this is a spin-off game. So... The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly or in a moment. Which is it? Be more specific. It is still a real game. Yeah, but this is the first time we're in a courtroom. You know, it's chapter 4 and we're in a courtroom. It's not like it's the first time that, you know, we're pulling up and, yeah, we're just not doing anything in the courtroom. What Ace Attorney game waits until chapter 4 to put you in the courtroom? Because as far as my knowledge goes, you go right in, like, moment 1. You don't even get a little bit of an intro. You just go in, hey, courtroom time. Yeah, but it's not like Professor Layton, I guess. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. You've got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance. As there are always only prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby, I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there is a recess. You were only guessing. Alright, Manfred, what you got? Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday is such a fool. Look at his face! This is not the man that you want to be fucking prosecuting a case and also have, like, cause his face just screams, I'm up to some shit. It's not, yeah, it's in the proper timeline? Yeah, of course, but you can say the Ancestor games are in the proper timeline too, but that doesn't make them real games, you know? This game is there. But like it's in the Ace Attorney universe, but it's not an Ace Attorney game. It's an investigations game, which isn't bad. Keep in mind, I'm not saying that it's bad, but what I am saying is this isn't a proper, like, that's like saying Mario Tennis is in the Super Mario timeline, therefore it's a Mario game. You see what I mean? Like, of course it takes place in sometime in the Mario universe, but is it a real Mario game? Is it really? He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me the way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to... That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Look at them both in their fucking thinking pose. This is the content I wanted from this game. I'm glad to have it. This is the type of shit that I wanted. Having young Miles and Manfred von Karma interact on screen. Now, if only fucking, what would that would make Franziska what? That would make her, like, 14, 13, right? Because she's 18 when she shows up in game 2, right? Yeah, that would make her 13 in this game. Hello, guys. What's up? Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals. I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power over the Von Karma. Alright, today's trial. She was 19 in case 2, so yeah, she would have been 18 in JFA. Yeah. That's what I thought. So, yeah, she would be 13 in this game. I wonder if 13-year-old Franziska's gonna show up. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that is written down on the case files. Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Cadopian Embassy? The victim, Mr. The victim, Mr. Dead Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Cappadopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dead Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed that Mr. Rel is the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could clearly be seen from the visitor's gallery. Well, I mean, that's pretty damning. Not gonna lie, you don't really get out of this one. You walk into court, yeah, we got you on camera shooting a gun. Well, upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Byrne Faraday. Frames, please. Sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to be simply the murder of a Knofian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? This seems like an easy first case. Yeah, I mean... So does this retroactively, like, cancel out Edgeworth's first appearance in the Terry Falls case as his first appearance in court as a prosecutor? Or did he mean like it was his first solo one, technically, because this is Manfred helping him? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. An overview jotted down. You've heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. Cease you. Or CCU. CCU, what is that an acronym for? I don't know. Was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kadofian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Kadofi by the name of Manny Cochin. These names are like very close to being super obvious puns, but it's now just like a simple one. It's like Manny Cochin. So who's coaching this man? However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of the case, I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor is really dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well. That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. Just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident? Yes. Yet there is one difference between these two incidents. And that would be the so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu, I'd better find out more. At least they're giving, you know, Manfred von Karma proper airtime that they didn't give Dick Gumshoe in Apollo Justice. Like, that's crazy to me. We got him for what, like one testimony that we proved wrong pretty easily. We got Mike Meekins for longer in Apollo Justice as well. Jesus Christ. It's crazy how dirty they did Dick, but now he's got his... this technically came out before Apollo Justice, right? So, I mean... They should have known, question mark? But that's beyond me. Either way. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kordofian embassy... This came out after Apollo Justice. Okay, well, yeah. Well, maybe they learned their lesson then. Okay, that's fair enough. What could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal the secrets from the Kordofian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole was then from there was sent to the police. AJ was 2007, this was 2009. Okay, fair enough. So they probably learned from their mistake with Gumshoe in that game, or maybe they kept him low-key because they knew they were going to be putting him in this game. Either way, it was a crime that Gumshoe had less screen time than Mike Meekins in Apollo Justice. Send tweet. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu was getting top-secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day that the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? It would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has ever left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday. He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. Shouldn't that have drawn up some red flags from somebody? He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Oh, young K. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. I mean, not wrong. At all. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. Okay. A couple quarters, a couple dimes, no nickels, a couple pennies. So altogether, what is that? 93 cents? A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Did Edgeworth just get swindled for 7 cents? Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I could have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. I mean, the coins could be underneath the big ones, that's true as well. But, obviously, there's ulterior motive to K giving us the fucking, those coins, right? There's just no way it was, hey, I need to change for $1. Thanks. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. At the part in the anime where Godot was being a bitch about Mii's death to Phoenix? Oh, so you mean the entirety of Game 3? Proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. Interesting comment coming from Manfred if the rumors of him forging evidence and shit are true. I mean, they are true. September 10th, 4 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Okay. So, the judge ain't here. What are we doing? Dog, this is the most dangerous prosecutor's bench that I think we've ever seen. Imagine. Fresh out the gate, Miles, with Manfred von Karma influencing him? You don't win this case. Maybe Phoenix Apollo on the other side? Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. God, why is everybody in this universe stupid? Hey, Judge. Maybe Apollo Dirk, you mean? Yeah, Apollo Dirk would be sick. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Judge Sprites. Judge Sprites from not the direct front, too. I hear this will be your first trial. I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday. Was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Uh-oh. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson... Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however... Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove that the witness is a liar, without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Oh, it's Gumshoe. Now it's Gumshoe. Silence. There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall. Oh. I wonder how upset he gets. Should he know what goes on in this sacred hall? Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please. Wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2. Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them. They're both dead, Your Honor. What? So you asked if this cancel Terry Falls being his first trial? No, he didn't get to do his first trial. Okay, that makes sense. Judge really is ageless. Judge been fucking old forever. That's the homie, the Judge. First name Judge, last name September 10th, District Court hallway. Yo, what's going on in here? Y'all doing illegal shit in here? I don't know what is with last name September 10th. Yeah, but what is with there's got to be something like in media, specifically Eastern media, with characters having a jacket on and not putting their arms through the fucking sleeves. What's up with that? Those ants at the window? Kind of looks like it. This is how you get ants. Yo. This guy's got a sick design. I fuck with it. Who are you? No one's allowed on the crime scene, period. Just who does this oddball think he is? And this is the defense attorney that was in charge of the defense, I guess, for the case. We never learned her name either. This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rail's defense attorney? Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Civil discourse, you say? Can I just throw some shit out the... Let me just pick up this fire extinguisher and just throw it at the window. Dog! Who created this poster? Look at this! A poster of the judge. There's a slogan of some sort on it. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me, and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Dog. Judge got some advertising. That's sick. Fire extinguisher. If one would be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd be ever so foolish as to be struck by one of these. I get it. Did you guys enjoy Justice for All? I enjoyed Justice for All. That was pretty cool. This sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes have locked with the reflection's eyes in the barred window. A student of Von Karma, I refuse to back down. I won. How did you win staring at your reflection? That's sick. I wanted to look at the ants though. Nope. Nope. Alright, well, let's talk to Gumshoe. And you are... Oh, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. Just recently, I achieved my dream of becoming detective. It's crazy that his parents just decided, yeah, we're gonna give him a detective, a whole ass detective name, and we won't know if he'll be able to be a detective or not. That's just gonna be his life path. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. Although young Gumshoe still looks pretty much the same, even though he's got the tan jacket. I mean, I suppose they only gave him the first. Yeah, but if your family name is Gumshoe, and you're like, what do we name our child? Well, what's another name for detective? We already got Gumshoe in the name. What about Dick? Yeah, nothing can go wrong with that. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. Is that the guy with the fucking bullet holes in his jacket? Detective Bad? So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2. You mean where the murder took place? So you were the guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I had a gunshot, and then I kinda froze. Your detectiving a measly gunshot scared you. Okay, Miles, to be fair, how often do you think niggas is just popping off in the country? Granted, it is America, so question removed. Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went in lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. So, one gunshot? I mean, that's consistent on what the judge heard, but that's a little bit confusing. If both of them are dead, then how was there only one gunshot? Unless the motherfucker lined them up and got a sick-ass collateral. Detective Gumshoe's testimony jotted down in the organizer. Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Alright, Detective Bad. Excuse me, but who are you? Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here? My nigga Richard Gumshoe is a sick name. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid. Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Oh. Is he going for his gun? What? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Could you add some gravel to Tyrell's voice? I mean, I could, definitely. Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. Why does he fucking bulge his eyes out the second he goes to put something in his shoulder holster? Like, why is he like this? Also, get yourself a new jacket and a new tie. What the fuck? He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone who went into defendant lobby number 2? That big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. Just the cut to Gumshoe just staring around, not doing anything is great. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one ever entered the room. I've seen some dumb names floating around, so naming him Richard, not thinking of the standard nickname, doesn't surprise me too much. Yeah. I mean, it's not that bad, right? Like, if his name was Richard Gumshoe, that'd be all too easy. But he goes around telling everybody his name is Dick Gumshoe, so I have no doubt in my mind that his parents just actually named him Dick. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence, this guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides are my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday was really the Yatagarasu or not. Well, looks like you just might have a brain in that, after all, in that head of yours, son. Son, I'm not your son, Pops. Alright. How old is this guy? Do we know? Next page. 53. He's about old as shit. Dick Gumshoe 26. The judge. Double question marks. Always. Girl with a balloon. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. Yatagarasu. Mackerel. Deed Man. And Burn Faraday. Stabbed. Okay, so stabbed to death with a knife. Alright. So, shot with a handgun, stabbed with a knife. Okay, I was gonna say, if they were both shot, then okay, this is making more sense. My mentor, who has never known defeat in 35 years, a legendary prosecutor. Tyrell Bad, eagle-eyed homicide detective, was called in to be expert witness on the Yatagarasu case. Alright. So, that's about it. Anything... You got anything for me, Miss? Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Yeah, they were both shot by the same bullet that better make the kill cam? Yeah, no, if that wasn't it and somebody just got a weird-ass, just standard shot, then I'm gonna be pissed. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I've studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Don't laugh. Don't laugh at him. That's so fucked. Do not take me for some naive novice? Damn. Dog, look at that fucking laughing face. So you're a student of Von Karma. I should've... Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding, I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto U. Okay, so CCU's sister, right? And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I have heard so much about you, Mr. Yu. Miss Yu. But of course, I've heard so much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. I say something well, this person makes sense to me because there would be at least one person that would hear the way Miles speaks and is like, "Yo, are you good, my nigga? Like, why are you talking like that?" Crime scene. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Dog. What's so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. Miss Yu. There is someone here who wishes to see you. Someone here wishes to see You? Who is it? A Cadofian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Co... Wasn't that the guy who got arrested? Oh no, he got off. That was for the murder of CCU. So the person who allegedly, who OJ'd your sister wants to talk to you. What? Now he's reaching for his gun. What's going on? Detective Bad and Misused Moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny coaching? I'll be right there. And you're gonna go talk to him? Dog, look at him. It's nice to see you again, Miss You. Why are you here? I have no desire to see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Look at him just walking up. Oh, he sped up? Bad. Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I can see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. What is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth here in charge of the investigation. Oh! Yeah! That's about right. Okay. Huh. So... Okay, so Jushi posted screenshots, or has been posting screenshots of the anime in the server, and he posted a 3-year-old, like, little baby Von Karma, and she had, like, a little strike baton. So, Franziska gets, like, a 3-stage Pokemon evolution, where she goes from Strike Stick to Riding Crop to Whip. That's crazy. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Franziska von Karma. She is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also a junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you are able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. It's just like Franziska. She has no problem badmouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of those kids loose on the crime scene? This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not the place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad, and I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Curtsying at a young age? Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. And there he goes. Hold up, Von Karma, I still haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance to us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karman name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which of us is worthy of the Von Karman name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful. Oh, that's Edgeworth. Jesus Christ. Looks like Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most onerous task. September 10th, 4:15 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Hey! This is one of the first times that we're seeing them actually outline the bodies, while the bodies are still there. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously. It's never the case. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karman name. Competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come out of your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime scene, how delightfully childish. You kids over there, hold it. Kid? Ha, serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I say from now on, okay, kids? You better not get in my way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Eek, and you prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great, now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. Can't have shit on Discord. They keep telling me to solve crimes, screaming, go prosecutor boy, go. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it would be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Begin investigation. Alright. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire these weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier. It was used to kill the Cadofian embassy staff member. But I've never heard anything about the knife. Okay, I thought it was a butterfly knife at first, but no, it's just a standard switchblade, looks like. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh. Well, you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rel first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel it's too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find the conclusive evidence so as to ensure the honor of the Von Karma name. It's really crazy that Edgeworth was like, yeah, whatever. I gotta take part in this game. Alright. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Or a potential third party? Alright, we got some tea. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bag scattered on the floor throwing us off. Alright, let's look in the bag. What in the world is in that bag? What you got in that bag? There's some stuff inside the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from it. This is the evidence? I better not touch it. I'd leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Alright. Open window. But it's barred off. But the window is open and... there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through his window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there is also iron bars on the window? Well, no, you wouldn't have to climb down or climb through the window, right? You could still shoot somebody from outside, right? A bullet can pass through the bars if the window was open, and if one of them has burn marks on their or who was shot? Let's go look at that. It was the defendant in the case was shot. Mackerel was shot, and Faraday was stabbed. So if Mackerel has gunpowder burns on him or on his clothes, then it's point blank. However, if he doesn't, then that opens the possibility of somebody shot him through the window. Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Alright, let's look at the bodies. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Red. At first glance, it seems they must have killed each other, however. Using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Aha! What was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rel that fell first, see? Gumshoe, you got heart. Little stupid, you got heart. You don't need a detective's instinct for that, it's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I'll rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright. Alright, so... Gun. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rel and fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun. I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science, even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Alright, handgun. Let's look at the bloody bag. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags of... Yeah, okay. So it's the same shit. Okay, same thing. Looks like Mr. Well died with a knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yup, no doubt about it. Was Mr. Faraday carrying around on this personage? Did he bring a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. Alright. What's this black mark on Faraday's hand? His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Has ink on his left hand, while his ink is... Okay, so he's left-handed. Right, so he was writing something down and fucked it up. Alright. Interesting. So if we find a pen somewhere, then we're good. An ink stain. Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Okay, we just got kicked out of that. Big yards. Mr. Rail's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rail's cause of death is with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail, if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them from the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Alright. So, yeah, does look... Oh, and we got a pen. Alright. Alright, so first things first. Shot in the chest. It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week, and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rail must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Alright. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. So, the bigger question is, can we flip him over and see an exit wound? We need to be able to do that. Stab wound, though. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Labby. Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Alright. Pen. There's something else in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as a quite forgetful individual. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. The two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. Crime scene notes jotted down in my organizer. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Well, logic time. We gotta have at least a couple. Yeah, we have a lot. Should be able to deduce that he's a left-hand man. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be from the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume that he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. Alright. And we do have the neat and tidy table and the plastic bags that are strewn about. Here. But there is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason. I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Hey, please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Well, hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Walking in the chat and I look over and see Ghost Rider on my screen. I'm convinced you're a charm. What'd I do? I have nothing. I've done nothing. It's not my fault. I deserve the Ghost Rider. It's mine. Once I'm done farming LMD and Arknights. Okay, if you say so. I leave it in your hands, pal. Plastic bag data jotted down in my organizer. Did we get our, I know the Annie started already, but did we get our True Mask cores or True Core masks? Because I'm really looking to pick up KSG. Alright, so what do we have? We don't really have anything else in logic other than the lobby number 2 window. So let's back out. Log in 7 days before the 29th. Oh, that's easy enough. So starting today, it's 7 days from now. Interesting. I wanted to check this earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. Okay, well I guess then we don't have anything else here, or do we? Technically? Started Sunday? Oh shit, I didn't even realize that was that login event series. So yeah, I think I'm like 3 or 4 days in, so I only got a couple more days. KSG, here I come. First he killed a Codopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh, what makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Deed Man. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition. Yup, do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Alright. So, what all do I have in my organizer? I got incident overview, Gumshoe's testimony, handgun, knife, crime scene notes, fountain pen, and the plastic bag. Huh. I honestly don't know what else I need from in here. Unless Bad's got something for me. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Rel. Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? What? Now I've just been downgraded to boy? Franziska, you got anything? Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. Alright, well... I've got to be missing something. Partner button? Yeah, pal.
Notice anything? Question mark. This is my first time setting foot inside the courthouse. Who would have thought it'd be my first case as a detective? But you know, I get the feeling I'll be coming here a lot more in the future.
As a suspect, detective?
Of course not, pal. Anyway, this lobby's actually pretty luxurious. I mean, for a defendant's lobby, it's got a pretty big TV. Oh, and there's the tea set on the table over there. Bet you didn't know that I like to drink tea. Wow, this room is really decked out. If it means spending time in here, maybe being a suspect isn't such a bad thing after all.
I'm beginning to suspect that leaving this detective in charge of anything might be bad. But he is right, this room is rather well furnished. And somewhere in this room, the truth is slumbering. It's time to find it and give it a wake-up call.
Alright. So... what is... like... the obvious thing is he couldn't have been using this gun if he's using this. Or he couldn't have been using his gun if he was using his pen in his left hand. That's what I mean.
Mr. Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand.
That's the one Mr. Rail got blown away by, right?
Labby, your answer?
Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Okay, so not another gun. Oh, and ballistic markings are
the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you could tell which gun it came from.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal.
Maybe better off going back to the academy.
Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya?
So the bullet that was fired from his gun is what felled Mr. Arel.
Can I not? I should be able to fucking deduce this and point it out with the pen, right? And say that, oh, he couldn't have shot with his right hand because he's left-handed. Unless I have to examine him.
Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. Hopefully your Ghost Rider comes soon enough. Mine took 408 medals of grind. Yeesh. I think I'm only at like 100 and some odd. I haven't been doing it as much. It's been pretty easy though. Like, it autos relatively simple. I can do other stuff while it autos.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time in continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
And get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder.
Right. I'm on it, pal. I have to be missing something, right? What am I missing? The TV tell me anything? Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Gumshoe. It's easy, but damn, it took a while to finish the run. Yeah. Like, farming the actual model stage is probably going to be the best route for me. And way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy.
Don't touch it, you'll get your fingerprints all over it.
But I didn't touch it.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on.
Why is the court mask needed to buy the icon badge? It was saying like that for last anniversary. If you truly have everything that you can get from the true court mask, then you buy that icon and ball out. Show everybody what you're about. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? It really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet.
What?
Still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows that there is another possibility.
No way, pal. Really?
I suppose I will just have to show you the conflict in this crime scene.
So did I have to investigate the TV? Because that seems pretty dumb.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Alright. Fountain pen. Yeah.
Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday uses left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed, and yet the handgun is in his right hand.
That's cap, I'm buying a dupe fucking icon. Yeah, well, some people like it for the meme, like, capacity. It's like, haha, I spent my guaranteed roll on a fucking, on a, what's that shit? On an icon, you know, I coulda got a dupe of a unit, but I got me a very cool looking icon that not everybody's gonna have. Haha.
Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. It does seem kinda strange. But how could something like that happen? Cool looking icon? Funny? Yeah, it's obviously a joke. That icon looks like dick and a half. All the ones you get from rolling the roulette are thousands of times better. Alright, hold on, let me take a break just to promote my Myrtle, because I need to do that. Efficiency, using the proper amount of all the other fucking EXP tickets.
The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun here in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bags scattered onto the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us.
Investigation complete. Alright then. That was pretty fast. September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Okay, so what does that mean? If he died instantly from being fucking stabbed, but the guy who got shot lived a while, seems like foul play is involved. Crime scene notes updated. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Alright.
Are you sure we know everything?
Of course. The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt.
Do you really believe that to be the truth?
Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is.
Don't worry, I will.
Argument time with the 13-year-old. Is she actually? She has to be, right? There's no way she's not 13. Yeah, 13. Manny Cochin, 24. That guy looks fucking dangerous. He just might have done it. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Okay. So what is...
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory.
I was getting some nachos. Motherfucker has nachos. In this economy? That's crazy. But, let's go ahead and fight with the child. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of... This one seems the most suspect to me. But, I don't have anything conclusive.
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday?
I mean, it seems right. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled, and in the end Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound.
Can you really say that it's perfect?
What are you insinuating?
Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that statement to your testimony...
Oh, we got him. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Are you sure about that? Because Detective Gumshoe did not hear shit. That's not his testimony. That's his testimony. Yeah.
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise.
He's got a point.
However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing.
Ha, you place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rell get his hands on that knife?
Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point.
So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Well, no, because after stabbing his death was instantaneous, if we're to believe the autopsy report.
Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now?
Yeah, something's off.
Wait, something doesn't add up.
Oh, really?
It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed.
Crime scene notes.
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon...
Oh! Gallus dropping 120 bits for the pogs. For what purpose? You could have just dropped a lot of pogs, now they're just looking back and forth. Looking silly.
That he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife.
What's up, by the way, Gallus?
Ergo, he could not have possibly have fired the gun after that.
Ooh, you got me.
But of course...
Well then, if the report is correct, there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, monthly channel points, bonus for cheering. Ah, okay. Then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense.
Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theories. I see you've been studying, Franziska.
I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could.
How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth the crime scene offers you. Franziska, you've still got a ways to go.
What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic?
Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to this contradiction in the scene. The contradiction is here in this crime scene is the order the bodies fell in. It makes the most sense. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter.
Edgeworth just used a Ryoma line, pog air? No pogging for Ryoma lines. That is just something we will not do. Wrong channel? Oh, I posted the fucking live notification in the general chat. It's not like anybody checks that server anyways. We're fine. We got it. It doesn't matter. We're fine.
Take a good look at the order in which the bodies are piled.
No.
Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday.
Impossible. New outfit for Edgeworth? Nah, not even new. This is Edgeworth's like OG outfit. Like, this is the outfit Edgeworth wore when he was first going into court. This is his old school fit. This is young Edgeworth. YUNG Edgeworth.
Yes, I agree that it seems strange that no matter what angle you approach it from, which means...
No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth.
What now?
Is it? It looks nice. Yeah, it's the if you remember from the what the fuck is that shit called? The from like the shots of his office in the first case, you have the what's the word? You have that jacket in a frame. Frame, there we go. It's in a frame in his office. He keeps it as a memento.
What now?
I simply think that you ought to be a bit more outside the box. Juve, what's going on down there? Why are you posting Krillins? And it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent.
She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong.
Well, what happened part 2? I'm at the top under the jacket, but that's probably old too. Yeah. Like the blue underneath, it's a little bit older, but definitely it's a relic of the past. Technically, this is 7 years removed from what we were seeing at the moment when we were playing through with Kay Faraday and everybody. This is younger Franziska. Yeah, this is 13-year-old Franziska von Karma. 7 years ago. It was just a chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rel's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I mean, it does. So nothing can be said or thought. You can say she looks cute for like a kid. She's got she's got a riding crop. She's got... What the most interesting thing I find about this design is that she doesn't have sleeves. She's just wearing a vest.
Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction.
Yeah, it's just a vest. She doesn't have the puffy sleeves yet. But this is essentially her I guess the inner part of her outfit. Her eyes are way different too. Yeah, I mean, younger, you make the eyes bigger. Her hair is a bit longer. Fell on top of Mr. Rel's. They fell into a pile. Middle evolution type E. Quite literally. I said it earlier. She's gone through a Pokemon evolution. Jushi posted fucking stage 1 in the server. And now we're looking at stage 2. And stage 3 is the Franziska we all know. Also, you can tell that she's kind of working on getting her poses down right too. Because she's... not quite going into the finger wag, but she's got the finger up.
Hold it. What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time?
I assume Mr. Faraday had 2 different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and the revolver. Well, I mean, it's not a revolver, but go off. After Mr. Faraday fired the gun, like... This is not a revolver, Franziska. I don't expect you to not know that. I'm just saying you're wrong. Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on top of Mr. Faraday, wound up on bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible.
Yes, it's possible, but...
Well, if you have any other ideas, well, we don't have any fucking gunshot residue on the clothes, so he didn't shoot him close range. Then show me what you've got.
Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony.
I don't see any point to do that, but as you please. That fact indicates they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Ding dong.
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The 2 bodies are piled on top of each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Royal moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation.
What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool.
What's up, Mr. Stars, man?
If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who?
The person that attacked first with the murderous intent? That would be...
None of them? Young Fran, cool, yep.
Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here.
Yeah, we got young Franziska, and we earlier in this chapter we saw Manfred von Karma is in the area. He's just chilling.
It was the third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Red, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. The third person is the real culprit.
Miles Edgeworth. There's just one thing you're missing.
Evidence, correct?
Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves that there is a third person involved?
The handgun? Because it proves that somebody else put it in his right hand?
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it.
Oh, well, I mean, either of the two, technically.
These two items point to the presence of a third person.
So I guess I could have presented the plastic bag as well. That makes sense. How so?
Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single sign of a struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around.
Got him.
Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of the blood spatter with when a knife was used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood spatter when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence.
So, was somebody else in here? Look at bad writing.
Looks like we still got a way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection. Who? Oh, it's you. And the judge. What up, judgy? What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. No! What?
What's the meaning of this?
Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
The detective claims he was there and standing in front of the door the entire time, but I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie.
Monsieur, I ask that you please explain that last statement.
I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time in which there was no one in the hallway.
What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir. It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete and wholly invalid lie. Just earned a new 1K bits badge? What the fuck? How the fuck you do that? They wanted me to share this so I already went full Bill Russell on this channel? Okay. So you've had it for a while and now you're just sharing it now with us. What an asshole, flexing on us like that. Ugh. The one thing that sucks about the update that we got last night for fucking, for Frontline is that I was actually in the middle of doing a run on the model map and I got kicked out. No, the notification just popped up. That's crazy. Because you've been had those bits you've been submitted to that many bits for a while. A little bit odd, if you ask me. The hallway the whole time, but didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Yeah.
Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect for the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me.
I'm just happy I'm going home to O2. Yeah, fair enough. I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest. Need my RCS. That's fair. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I'm the one that's heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly.
Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all.
Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about?
Motive. Why'd you do it? If you did do it.
I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Huh. Motive, huh? Gumshoe's boss looks crazy? Yeah.
Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything?
No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir.
Is that a fact?
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here.
Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to flights of fancy.
Object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Really like Yu's freckles? The Yu's design is nice. The one thing I actually don't fuck with at all is the Scales of Justice earrings that she's wearing. Like, I get it. You belong in a courtroom. Just get out of here with that. Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Massive forehead, too? Yeah. Niggas want to talk about Apollo's forehead all the time, but look at her forehead. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. Bobby Schmurda niggas. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." Nobody made a bald edit of her. I assume it's because she's not very prevalent in the games. Like, she doesn't exist to that much of a degree. Oh, first-time purchase bonuses got reset. Hold on. It might be time. A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut, that's a reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? I mean, why do we rag on big foreheads? Most girls with a big forehead look pretty good to me. I mean, my problem is that everybody or rather, there's a couple characters in this game that talk about, or that have talked about, Apollo's forehead being big, and Apollo doesn't have a big forehead. Meanwhile, the characters with actually big foreheads slip under the fucking radar. You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Sir.
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all.
Not Pearl, I made sure to expose that, of course. There's a couple characters with really big foreheads. Gumshoe's motive. About a week ago. Alright. So we got a motive for him killing Faraday, but not a motive for Rel. So it's not perfect. Side note, lime flavored popcorn kind of hit. That sound weird to me, but I'll let you have that one. 4.1k gems on me. I'm about to burn them on slots. Call me a 1%er. Jesus Christ. I want to pick up the the what's that shit? The surprise box to see if I can get a good costume, but I'm not gonna spend money on it. I don't wanna pot money for that. Cause I would love to get that DSR 50 skin, but you know, my luck dictating aside, what's all in it? Let me see. Got the Groza one from it. That's pretty good. Let's see. You got the Thompson, Type 79, Spas 12. I would love the Spas 12 one. DSR 50 would be good. Grozas would be nice. Waz would be nice. I already have 416s. So the problem with that for me is if I get a dupe of Starry Cocoon, I'd be pissed. You know, spending the $30 and getting that. That would suck for me. There's a whole bunch of good costumes in the shop, though. So I'm not gonna put any money into that, unfortunately. You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Didn't have any of the skins, so it was just a shot in the dark. Yeah, it's fair. Unfortunately for you, it's not just up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Of course, always raise an objection. If you could clear this one thing up for me. Motive for killing Mr. Rell, hey. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that? Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being Avant Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. Oh, kids, don't get fried. Don't get fried up in here. That'd be insane. Motive to kill the men. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. We are now 500 T-Doll and 400 equipment slots. Not me. Not yet, at least. I've upgraded my T-Doll slots a couple times just because I got tired of fucking having to clear them after farming 2 stages. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the 2 men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they killed each other. Huh. Nah, there's somebody that has a motive to kill the both of them. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the 2 men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else who I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Fucking Manny Cochin, right? Motive to kill the men. Oh, I can only present evidence. I was gonna swap over. But I guess technically I could present the KG-8 incident overview? Technically? Right? That makes sense. Yeah. Don't forget the free gems for opening up the share screen. I never forget that. Literally 30 gems every week. Unless we're getting more right now, because I did mine yesterday. Yeah, I've already got mine. That's why I have no qualms like fucking boosting my my T-Doll expansion slots because it's like, oh, what's that? It cost me about like a couple weeks to do this. That's fine. It didn't cost me really anything.
Monsieur, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up?
Let me go look in the shop and see what skin packs are going on sale right now, because if there's a good one, I might pick it up. What do you mean?
We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Cadofian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin.
Got him. Alright, so we got... Yeah, this song rocks. We've got PK, we've got Mosin Nagant, Scorpion, Wah, we've got Type 95, Makarov, M45, Mark 23, FAL, Springfield, M14, Type 97, Contender. I might pick up the Contender one. The Contender one would be sick. Moses Kid might make me act up. That's fair. Type 97s is nice as well, but that's 2,500 gems. Jesus Christ. Shrimps is 25, almost 2,600 gems. Yeah, I might pick up Contenders. Zas. Yeah, Contenders might be the one I pick up. Oh, and there's the swimsuit ones on sale too. So you got Carcano, you got 100 Shiki, 1014, MP7, the IWS 2000 Halloween skin. Huh. AN94 and AK12. Fuck. They got a lot of good skins on sale, and I don't have the money or I don't have the gems to pick any of these up. Interesting. I can't pick up the Well-Rod skin because I've already got it. Great.
That's right, the very man who came to visit you early out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Cadofian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men?
Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. Yo, you covered for me, pal.
Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not...
Who's telling me to hold it?
Huh? You want to investigate Cochin? You'll just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery, watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe.
I suppose so.
No way. Come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. Somehow, Gumshoe's complete weird admittance to staying in the hallway is just a little bit suspect, but I have a feeling it's supposed to be that way. I never took a single step into this room, sir.
Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No. There was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe that you didn't do it?
That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of the crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt.
I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals would fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at least offer up "I spaced out while on duty" or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation.
Some of these skins are pretty nice, but I just don't got enough to pay for it. Don't you have, didn't you just say you have, fucking 4,000 crystal? Or gems, rather, excuse me? You've got some stuff. Let me look at these. Yeah, The Russian doll skins, they're nice, aka 12 and 94. Like they're nice skins. It's just I don't think that I like them so much more than actually wait, hold on. What is AK Diving Bell and Doll? Okay, yeah, no, exactly. And 94 is the other one. I like their ball dress skins a little bit more. They look a little bit better. Detective Bad. Where are you pointing, Franziska? Stop that. Miles Edgeworth. I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho, ho, ho. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? Let's find out. So, what did you want to ask me about? KG-8 incident. The current case of the murdered Cadopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you stop with these false accusations. Are you fucking serious? You guys share the last name. It's very clearly related to you. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Don't laugh. Just stop. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? I don't like this bitch. Just an asshole, for no reason. Like, I get the laughing, it does make sense, but you're laughing at everything now. How about you just stop it? Franziska being a prosecutor at 13 reminds me of that post saying, imagine a long day of algebra then getting 50 dropped on you by LeBron James after school. It's pretty much just like that. Let me look at the Phantom of the Opera for contender. Fuck. I forgot that the wiki is just awful, and I have to right-click. It's not awful. Just as the Diving Bell and Doll is not awful for AN94, but I just rather like their fucking If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. I mean, Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. I think contender is the highest in contention if I actually bought it. Yeah. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident through the fucking victim? Are you serious? Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will notice that she is the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to the case? No, she can't. Not with a straight face. Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Ahem. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Yamano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence.
then the evidence had been tampered with.
Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries, they bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in a league with each other all along.
How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation?
I don't really know, which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that the people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know.
You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring?
I don't know what to think.
Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier?
Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was a defense lawyer on the case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face.
The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
Ahem. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claim that he was in his seat the entire time.
That smells like cap.
Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? I mean, there was an hour recess period. Was he sitting in his seat for the full fucking hour recess as well?
That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We won't want you to die of stress, would we?
Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I'll work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see.
Look at you with your game face on, ready to go.
I'm making no such face.
Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time?
If I'm charged with making sure that the criminals of this world are found guilty, I have no need for laughter.
Damn. Brown rice. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. That's one more loose end.
The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that detective, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth.
To be continued. That was actually a really decently long beginning part. It's pretty good. About almost 2 hours with a little bit of bullshitting by me. September 10th, 4:45, p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. There he is.
Sir, what has become of the trial into the Godopian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead.
Only skin I think I'll ever pay for is the AEK Rider skin, or probably TAC 50 Elven Demon Huntress. Let me look at those skins. Where is AEK? I still haven't gotten AEK. Where the fuck is she? Video game. I know she's... Maybe I can look at her right now. Can't find her on the fucking wiki. There's TAC 50. I haven't seen her, that skin is okay. I just don't use TAC 50 enough to make that, like, warranted. Like, that's kind of how I feel about the Spas 12 Goblin Huntress skin. Like, I don't use spas enough to make that, like, super worth it, but I really like the skin. I think it's a really nice looking skin. Let's look at this AEK skin. God fucking damn it. Gotta right click to open in a new tab. It's alright. Eh.
The case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut.
I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member, and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rev? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus, right, sir? I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for.
Till then, she's chilling in the back. Yeah, that's fair. Like, if you're not using her, then there's no real need to hunt for the skin, right? Like, I don't even have AEK yet. AEK has avoided me so far. Big debut, so he would have debuted now if it weren't for this. Yeah, no, he was going to take this this trial for Macrel would have been Edgeworth's debut, but you know, the defendant and the prosecutor just kind of dropped dead. So
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Wren. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Damn. Alright then. He still held that grudge even after he got done training him. Papa? Who do you think the real culprit behind... Who do you think is the real murder, or the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you are allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It would be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa. I haven't even started pulling MGs, Lamau. Dog, that's crazy. I pulled MGs a little bit when I first started my account off. Like I've got MG5, I've got Negev, PKP, and I kind of want to work on pulling Type 88. Because Type 88's pretty nice. But I have enough to make one formation. That's pretty much it.
Franziska, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case.
Sup, chucklefuck?
Miss you.
Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
Why are you whipping me?
Anyway, it looks like they're planning on holding the evidence a bit longer. All I was pull one MG during the last raid up when I started. That just happened to be MG5, so that's nice. MG5's sick. I kind of want to pull MG4, but kind of focusing on Type 88 for right now. Because Type 88 is mad nice. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting.
I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you.
Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you?
What exactly is so funny?
Sorry, I'm just dealing with a super serious atmosphere.
Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school.
What does Type 88 do? She's got what the fuck is it? She's got a self-damage buff on her skill, and she boosts shotgun accuracy and armor, I think it is. Here, let me just pull it up. Yeah, she's a skill called Slothful Rage. Increases damage by 75% for 6 seconds. Passive toggles between LMG mode and HMG mode, depending on tile movement. Moving enables LMG mode, while in LMG mode, increases on movement speed by 50% but reduces accuracy by 20%. If remains stationary for 6 centers, enter HMG mode, increasing accuracy by 30% and max ammo by 2. Combat starts with LMG mode. So she's a long fight unit. It's a really interesting skill. That's kind of why I want to pull her. It's a very, like, unique skill. Like, she can change between damage modes. It'd just be really fun to use her. I feel so much better now. So what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, and by we, I mean... Okay, so feel free to ask him yourself. It feels like she should have been saying, by we, I mean Mr. Bad and myself. Oh, my cup's empty. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Alright, Detective Bad. So, I take it that you were acquaintances with Detective Bad. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Well, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her about what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. Alright, time of the murder. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he was dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Oh fuck, I put M16 in exploration. Hey, just cancel it. You can just rip her out of there. Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some, talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. When she's not laughing, it seems her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred, so I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. Interdust. Oh, the gacha isn't going on right now, it's just Radiant Collection. God damn it, I was gonna roll. I see. Mac Rell, what can you tell me about him? I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mac Rell. Oh, clicking in the wrong spot. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8. I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu, he had just made that up. He made it up. Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. What game are you guys talking about? I can gather it's some Gun Girl gacha? Yeah, it's called Girls Frontline. It's basically essentially what you just said. I don't know, the Girls Frontline doesn't really have that much promotion. But there is no footage of him sneaking into the Godopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? I see. Or, yes, that's right. must look good. I mean, the game is fun. If the game's not fun, what's the point?
I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for the leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright?
And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer.
Don't put words into my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get closer to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him either. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
I'm sorry, forgive my rashness.
Yatagarasu time!
Miss you. I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from the companies to defend them.
Requests from companies?
The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know? It slept under a little advertisement, plus most of the people jump to Arknights. They even use the old assets of Girls Frontline for the Doctor and W. Yeah. Like, Girls Frontline and Arknights are pretty much just one and the same. Their game, well, Arknights has been getting a little bit of a bigger push, but for advertising reasons, like there's enough reason to say that not a lot of people play Girls Frontline, and not a lot of people knew about it when Arknights came out. So everybody was like, Arknights is this new hotness that's made by the same people that make Azure Lane, and they were like, well, about that. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma?
Franziska, be careful about who you whip.
Choose carefully. Yeah, it was gonna be. She was gonna hit you. This is when Miles started to realize, you know, maybe I should start dodging this shit. It kinda hurt. Arknight's got that thickness of advertising. I mean, Arknights didn't get that much of a push. I haven't seen that much advertisement online about it. If anything, Azure Lane is the one mobile game I've seen advertised the most. There. I chose carefully just like you wanted. Like, Azure Lane and Epic 7 I've seen advertised a lot. It's mainly that fucking AFK Arena bullshit, right? I've seen a couple Arknights, like, ads, but not anywhere near the point where I'm like, wow, this is getting a real big advertisement push. That just now was hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
They're sadists. And, so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say I never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt and backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. Which is cool for them, but the fact it took 2 years of runtime to get that 1 million unique users, yeah. Yeah, I mean, what can you do if people don't want to pay or play your horny game? I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have your dedicated fan base that wants to play it because they see anime titties. Maybe it was just me, but I kept getting Arknights and AFK Arena a fuck ton of time. I never got. I don't think I ever got enough to where I was like, you know what, maybe I'll check out this Arknights game. Because usually, I don't know if it's just me, but advertisements for mobile games don't make me want to play the mobile game. None of them ever, like, when they pop up, they ever make me want to play that fucking mobile game. Because the ads always suck. They don't do a good job of telling me what the game is actually about. To this day, I cannot tell you what AFK Arena actually looks like via its gameplay. Because every single ad I've gotten for AFK Arena just looks like some other fucking bullshit. It just looks like it's like they're showing me 7 different games. What's up, Kid Specs? I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss U is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss U. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Is Gumshoe in here?
Hey, bud. They're really letting you walk around free?
Detective Gumshoe?
Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch. As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let you know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust in only the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about. If you are really innocent, that is.
The only mobile game that I actually tried out because of an ad was Danmachi. I'm sorry. I aspire to be the man on the cop on the couch, man slumped. That boy really is just back there chilling. Laxed out. I ain't got to guard shit. Ain't nobody coming up in here. Is y'all? I'm about to lay down. Hey, wake me up when I need to guard some shit. Yeah, poor Juve. Juve gets suckered into playing Danmachi and now he's been brainwashed. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya?
I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, Detective.
The game is fire, fuck you mean? Yeah, sure, buddy. Once they get that brain slug off of you, we will truly be able to talk about mobile games. But until then, Juve, you're in a fucking infinite Tsukuyomi into playing Danmachi. It's crazy.
So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of at the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere school child.
Dog.
You claim to be standing in guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess.
You know what, Juve? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's look up some Danmachi gameplay. How about I do that? Memoria freeze? Let's look up some gameplay. 26 minutes, move! Now I'm gonna be honest with you, Juve. This game does not look good. Maybe this is like, maybe I need to see some bigger opponents. No, that doesn't look good. Cutscenes are anime, so I guess that's pretty unique and neat. Now Juve? This game looked like it sucked. I'm gonna be honest with you. The game looked like it's not good. At that point, just play like an MMO or something. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you, cousin. Grand Cross is greater than breast ripping game. I mean, Grand Cross looks a little bit better. A little bit better.
However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom?
I'm early at around 3:20 and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard.
Next step.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage. Ah! Wait, you can't do that. There's nothing of any particular value here. Did she just fucking pat him down to check if he was carrying anything? That's crazy. The only reason why I like the game is because they give a more accurate description of the series than the anime and manga. I mean, that's fine. You can't say that the game is fire then. Cause that game looks like dick. And it's fine. You can like games for a particular reason. I'm not saying it's wrong for you to like it. But don't come into my face and tell me, nah, the game's good. When you like the game based on your own personal reasons. Alright? I'd be like me telling you, okay, yeah, no. Go watch the movie Hot Rod. It's a great movie. I love the movie Hot Rod. That movie is stupid. In my eyes, it's a great game. That's fine. Lead with those first 3 words. Lead with those first 3 words in that sentence. In my eyes, game is fire. I would have had no problem. You had it there. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Badge, so you know.
What is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Hands off, pal. Just show it to us already. Yow.
Annual bonus check within $5 total, except there is no check-ins.
$5 bonus? Dog. You've had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I literally had no cash on me up until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw this away for you later. How could you? Dog. Gumshoe, no. That's a whole Twitch sub. Some people clearly can't afford that. I mean, some people definitely can afford that. I see these crowns next to people's names. Now, at the same time, that's his annual bonus.
I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait, since he became suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait just a moment. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth.
So I guess I just show him his testimony?
You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct?
Yup, not even a single ant passed through. Very bad wording.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself.
Huh? Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the 2 guys that's beyond what I can even imagine.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie.
Boss man really said, here, go sub to your favorite ethos. That's crazy. He just pulled up on fucking Gumshoe. Here. Now you can give a tier 1 sub.
I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order.
You have it for a month, chump. Hey, Kay. Don't sneak up on me. Ah! You! Why'd you... Kay! What? What? Why? How could you not have noticed that coming?
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
God damn it, Kay. I'm in the weirdest mood for some chicken nuggets and Alfredo. Chicken Alfredo? I mean, whatever. It looks like she dropped something. Swiss roll jotted down in my organizer. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge.
We have to confirm who that is. Who is correct? The judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 then next.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Franziska?
Yeah. Move. September 10th, District Court hallway.
So, you didn't see anything else?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, it's nothing.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions.
Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're the new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. Up. I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I am worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is just fine, sir. Now about your testimony earlier.
Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now then, the first thing I will need to figure out is that detective's exact movements.
Hallway investigation. All right. Well, let's check it out. But first, let's talk to the people.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
Oh!
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being...
Oh, no. Miles, no. That nigga dropped his quarter over there? Yeah, by the vending machine? He's in trouble. No. Time of the murder. Now let's see, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of the hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can clearly see into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going to the restroom, that Detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and rationally explain it to me.
I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's why my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I sort of just brushed it off.
Ho ho ho. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. And there he goes. The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts.
Well, if you can convince them, otherwise. Alright. He has the gavel, he keeps the hammer in my pants, quite literally. No hammer dance.
Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire about Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
Set up this auto. No rocket.
You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority.
Alright, Detective Gumshoe. What you got?
I hear you were the one who called Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective instincts told me.
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Franziska, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over.
You know what? I still think that one chick kicked the shit out of Gumshoe and robbed his Swiss roll. Dog. Yeah, because he could have been buying something from the fucking... He definitely could have been buying those Swiss rolls. So, potentially... Depending on how much the Swiss roll costs, right? Because he didn't say he had any money on him. That $5 bonus, depending on how much he has, if he has, like... I can't assume the Swiss roll costs that much. So, like, if he has, like, maybe, like, $3 or $2 on him, that confirms that he bought a Swiss roll. Bad doesn't look like he fits in this game. I mean, kind of.
And the detective's the one that showed up. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad. Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After we got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off into lobby number 2 to have a word or something, and that Faraday had said not to let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
It's probably because he had one spot, one got robbed, still wanted one, left to cash the check and came back to see a body. Well, that's assuming that his bonus was a check, right? If it's $5, I assume they just put 5 singles in the envelope. Or did he say that he was going to go cash it? Did he say it was a check? I thought he did say it was a check, right? Yeah, no, he said it was a check. Never mind. So he might have wanted to go cash it, but it's still weird that they just didn't put a fucking $5 bill in there.
Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in the floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were into lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information.
The gunshot.
Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Literally handed me a $7 check because she didn't have enough cash on hand after officiating a game. Yo, nah. After that, we have to fight. Just give me my money.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? Grabbed the big lug and was just rocking around in the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. Dodge.
Leave around that thing anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare.
Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about?
Time you heard the gunshot?
I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding, but I got the sense he wasn't going to chauffeur the handoff, so I figured I should get him or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So we heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Yeah, so that proves that it was during the recess, and that, what's the word? That, Cochin could have been just running around, right?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Hold it. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door, doing nothing.
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask you that you cooperate with us for a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then. Be obstinate. We'll do just as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like.
Alright. Can I not? Alright, fuck me then. But now we can look at... Rest till I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. What is this red wrapper?
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber.
A balloon, maybe?
I feel like I've seen something like this before.
All I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable.
It's not like it was I who littered.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Alright. Ants.
The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
The same goes for you, Franziska.
What's down here? You got a handprint?
The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Calm down, Franziska. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge kind of look like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sir, yes sir. I got the results of the fingerprint. All this analysis shit is going on very quickly in this universe, by the way. Some of the fastest fucking blood reports, the fingerprint analysis is crazy.
And do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, interesting. Good work, officer.
So, could it be that when the judge peered back into the hallway from the bathroom, he couldn't see Gumshoe because he was sitting down? And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways.
And what is this? What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, that detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him, and yet there is a whole hill of them.
Why are you hitting me?
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the looks and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll.
Okay. So, he did get a Swiss roll? Miles Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean. Alright, well, Mandem had a Swiss roll, I guess. Alright, vending machine. Let's see how much... Wait, hold on. Is that fucking $6 for a Swiss roll? Holy shit! It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. An $8 hams beef jerky $9. Is that milk for $7? What the fuck?
Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 pack for $9. Defendant's fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7 for a half pint of milk. What kind of shit? Stay neutral as a Swiss do until the end with these. Okay, for $6. But awfully overpriced.
The lineup is simply awful, period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss rolls the little girl dropped is from this machine. Don't examine the milk, Chris. Don't do it. Look, I have to. Defendant's fresh milk?
What exactly is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by the various defendants on trial right now.
No, I think it might mean that this was milk from the various defendants.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. That wasn't awful. It wasn't bad. Orange juice, $9.
It's looking bad. Blind your opposition with some OJ.
Okay, I get it. We're getting some really fucking topical shit here, right?
Are they promoting violence?
Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice might not be so bad.
Hot dog for $7.
When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. It looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne.
What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Von Karma's hand, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs. Overruled. Okay, that was nice. This might be milk from the various defendants is not bad. I don't know. I mean, you're telling me. Fucking April May was up on the stand. You could definitely milk her.
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that that's a very clever pun? Do you really think they put
that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up.
You're acting so foolishly.
You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad, now I'm utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person.
Ham sandwich.
Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day.
Swiss roll, $6. Well, this also proves that that Gumshoe, there we go. It proves that Gumshoe couldn't have bought one of these, right? I'm just saying the defendant in this case, before this was mail and so was Gumshoe. Well, Gumshoe's not a defendant right now. He's under suspicion. We haven't had an actual trial. We haven't seen any actual defendants other than fucking Macrel right now in this game. Because, I mean, if we want to get technical, the client that we saw before this from Spirit of Justice's DLC case, that was a bride-to-be. Definitely milk her.
The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of a trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh?
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Franziska. Credit card accepted. In the future. Alright, so... is that about it? What do we have in logic? Just off me with my annual bonus, can't buy me a cup of milk. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so. Limited time specials. Yeah, they're about to switch these up.
These cakes, these bits of chocolate and cake, could they not come from a Swiss roll?
A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that?
It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine? We were just looking at it, Franziska. These are future prices, so who knows? Yeah, I mean, if I ever have to pay $9 for a glass of orange juice, let me just kill somebody. minimum wage might be 30 an hour. Yeah, because that fucking flight attendant was definitely cashing out on these $1,200 suitcases every single flight she took. So who knows? Stay neutral as supposed to do until the end with these. 2 for 6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll. Oh, wait a minute. So did Kay give? Is that what the extra dollar was for? All right, that is making a little bit more sense. So, fucking Gumshoe had his $5. Kay came through and said, "I got some change," but the machine didn't accept change, and thus they had to, or she had to come to Miles and say, "Hey, can I? You got $1 on you, homie?" I think I have a pretty clear picture of what may have happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. No! No! Damn it! Son of a bitch. He lost his whole fucking annual bonus and dropped it on the floor. And yeah, like I said, as he was sitting, you can't really see him through the window. Jesus Christ. Come on, Chris, that's sweet. I mean, it's pretty sweet. Kay and Gumshoe best friends for life. They shared a Swiss roll. Yeah, they did. Machine doesn't accept change. Y'all got 50 cent on y'all guy in shambles. Well, I mean, I'm only assuming the machine doesn't accept change. That's why Kay had to come ask us for $1, and that's why she dropped the second Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints data updated in my organizer. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Also makes sense that it doesn't accept change if the amounts are in even numbers. Yeah, it doesn't have a coin slot. It accepts a credit card and it accepts cash, no coins. I won't rest until I... Okay, do I have to fucking investigate the Swiss roll price? The end of what? What? Oh, do I have to deduce? Okay, that makes sense. Is this spot connected to any of the evidence I hold? His annual fucking bonus. About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning. He didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Well, there's 2 slots then, key slots, so you can open the machine up. One so you can open the actual full door to restock the inventory, and one so you can open up the money slot. It's simple math, SpongeBob. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus was really only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. A detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how. But 2 key slots? Yeah. Like, here, follow me now. I already checked this area, but yeah, okay. So this slot up here is so you can open up the full door. And this slot down here, like, when have you seen a sideways key slot? Or a sideways coin slot, rather? Never, not once in my life have I seen a sideways coin slot. Unless this feature has no tax on it, and everything is a set price. I mean, we are in Japanifornia. I have never not seen once a sideways key slot or a coin slot in my life. They're always vertical. Let's see if we can't see this. Oh, I guess not.
I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else.
What other logic do we have? Lobby number 2 and pink piece of trash. I mean, can I investigate this and get the cactus? No jack? Okay, well, I mean, I hope so. What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of the cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus... What the fuck is that? Could you imagine how much it would suck to get hit on the head with a fucking cactus? Anyway, it doesn't seem to be related to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related.
Ask the nigga if he dropped a coin. I'm not convinced. Yeah, I'll go check that out. Tax should really be counted in that price, considering $9 for orange juice. They just took the price plus tax and added another $7 or $8. Yeah, exactly. Let's go see if I can't talk to the mans.
Did you find something, officer?
I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue?
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here.
So he's trying to get some money. But we can connect the cactus and the rubber. It's the balloon!
Pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a pop balloon.
I suppose that's possible.
This balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes? Balloon piece. Okay. Investigation complete. Interesting.
I believe they now have a very firm grasp on what happened here.
Well, I do too.
Alright, Francisca, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we will need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony.
September 10th, 5:15 p.m. Big Yards, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Mambo number 5. Frames? I see you down there, you better chill.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I said. Mr. New Prosecutor... Okay, wait. You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
Ahem. As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please.
What I saw at recess. Time to fuck the judge up. During the recess, I, went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. Jesus. When I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now.
Well, we got him, boys. Because he didn't disappear. How about you shut that bullshit up, Chief? What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Huh. If you are truly a man of the law, then you must be always vigilant. For example, I myself never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
Miles Edgeworth. It's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest, thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well, that's good. But who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty.
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related as to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway is built rather high up into the wall, and around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Franziska herself was unable to see out that window.
Don't get mad. He's not calling you short, he's just saying that you're not tall.
I knew I shouldn't have used her height as an evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot for when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, it seems you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window...
No! Gumshoe, no!
Yes, even if someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it.
Is there something of value you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
It might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
Bring it back, Judge. What I saw, part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there. What do you mean? It definitely means that he was fucking sitting there. Am I losing it? Am I going crazy? Okay. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Okay, so what is this trying... This still doesn't prove anything. It proves that... We'll just press on it. How was that? That is the testimony of the one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. Talk to him, Franziska. Shit, alright. I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound until now was just a noise popper.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
The judge is technically correct, though. Just because he could have been sitting there doesn't mean he was. He was out of sight. He could because he was sitting or he was inside lobby number 2. Yes, but now well, to the judge, what he's been presented right now is correct. However, there was somebody else in the hallway with him that was child size. Right? So, there was somebody else that should have seen him based on what they have. Like, technically the judge isn't incorrect, but he just is missing all of the necessary facts.
The most critical point in the argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony.
When I saw part 2. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person in the restroom window, however, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked.
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork, maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right. So, he saw it 20 minutes before we reconvened? So, it wasn't right at the, Oh, wait! The fucking, the bang that he heard could have been the balloon popping. Yeah, okay. What were you expecting? I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it in your testimony.
Alright, if you insist. I mean, he should have heard 2 bangs if we want to get hyper-technical, but the bang he could have heard could have just very well have been a balloon popping. Let's see, I looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Because, this contradicts with Bad's testimony. Yeah.
Your Honor,
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
what? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to make I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Egads, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that? Should he have heard 2? Yeah, if he heard the balloon popping, which, would have definitely happened, he should have heard because he says he heard the bang 20 minutes before we reconvened for the trial, right? And if he did hear that, that means he could have been walking back to the actual courtroom, right? You should have heard a gunshot. You should have heard another bang. Unless you were so far away, do we have a map of the courtroom? It's only brought it up, but it's not really giving us one, right? Wouldn't he be in the courtroom with us right before we reconvene? I mean, yeah, yeah, technically, and we didn't hear it. That's fair. That's valid. What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von Ack.
Instead of biting your tongue.
I assume she said something about biting the whip.
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Franziska. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder or four to accomplish that.
Damn. Just say it out loud. Ahem, Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Now that is bullying her for her height, correct. Yeah! Kick it up!
How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it as clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
The sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, I now understand that the gunshot the judge really heard was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really proves the gunshot you heard.
The balloon. Yeah.
I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
It may not look good, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept the pink balloon into the court record.
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot.
Yep.
Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2,
Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I would have wrapped this thing up just before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one even ends something before it begins? Well, to be honest, I did think the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound, but who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Yep, he didn't lie. He was just unaware of the facts. I had to scratch my ear. Don't worry about it. Alright. Who knew that giving a testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I've yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. So. Let's see. If it's not Gumshoe, is the only thing that they're pushing right now is the fact that it can be Manny Coachum, but I don't know whether or not that is 100%, right? It probably isn't. I don't think it's bad, but they're in cahoots and they're covering for each other and they really went into the fucking lobby number 2 together, or there's something else we haven't discovered yet. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. It makes sense for you to be the one that did it, but it's also because she has a motive, right? She has a motive for doing it, whereas I can't really see that Bad has one, unless something happened to him for not being able to fully prove as a detective, which would be a little bit weird, that he is not implicated in the case, or that he was not able to prove who did it, rather. Because as what we have right now, the original KG8 incident, it was Faraday presiding, Mackerel was a witness, right? Yu's sister was the victim, Bad was investigating, and it leads to this case, right? Where the murder victim was Dead Man. It was the Undertaker. So there's the possibility of it is potentially either one of the two that are left or both of them. It could be either Bad or you, or it could be both, or it could be both of them together working as one, but to that effect you would need to know more about the knife, right? If the knife was truly part of the evidence or not. That's the one thing that I think would cement a little bit further, but we still need more information, I feel. Because if it's not Gumshoe, it can't be K. It can't be little baby K. But the question is just now, for right now at least, who has the strongest connection to do it, and I think that either you or Bad has the strongest motive, but I don't think I have enough evidence. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should be apologizing just yet. You get to prove that he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yow! My whip will object loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
Alright, Gumshoe buddy. While I was on duty, I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. If you were standing guard, you couldn't have a... I mean, he was still in the hallway, right? Interesting. So, it's true, but it's not exactly what he was asked to be doing. So I guess I can press on that. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him.
Alright. Alright. You were in the hallway the whole time. What were you doing in the hallway the whole time?
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, it is not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway.
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. What exactly does guarding the door entail?
Well, to put it simply, all I know is my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Gumshoe, you could have picked some different words, because now that's a lie.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Everybody knows. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. Youch! But I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Alright. Are you sure about that? Because we have your fingerprints proving that you did.
I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench.
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know that you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate slovenly pig. Eek. Promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business? To defeat the Huns. About the fact that you didn't move a single step from in front of that door.
If that were really the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Ah. Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Youch! It appears that Franziska's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying, but that's all I'm sorry for. And now you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement. It may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. If only that were the truth, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure that you're aware of the price of the pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Remind me again, pal. The vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have the cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Yeah, so it was a check. So he did cash a check. And he cashed it before he came here. Now then, let me ask, how did you manage to purchase the pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you, I bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. No, that's wrong. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in that hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances that... Wait, do you? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in that hallway? The balloon. On Free Balloon Day. Or no. This other we have the other Swiss roll, right? Yeah. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I didn't. I showed him his fingerprints. Does that prove that I can show him the Swiss roll as well and get to that same conclusion? Because that's pretty neat. I think you're under the impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then this means you must have stolen it, you thief. I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? Literally flipped. How do you let that happen, Gumshoe? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh, there were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Ooh. Grab her. Why did you try to do it again? Why did you try to kick me again? What the fuck is your problem, Kay? Why? Why did you try to do that? Fucking child. Am I on time? You're only 3 hours late. It would appear that we've caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's Kay. Kay what? Kay Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm Kay. Kay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do. Then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Kay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. What's up, Kay? Now then, Kay. Don't hiss at me. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something. You want your fucking Swiss roll? Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll.
really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. No. No!
Oh my. Your father, he's...
Ah, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy, but I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how Daddy's... he's not here anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. The finger poking sprite. As much as a meme as that's become recently with everybody posting those emojis, it's good. Damn.
It's alright, let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Now then, even now, the wounds fester deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
Oh, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Look at how nice Edgeworth is. Look at him. Not my cravat, you moron!
Don't blow your nose on that.
I feel better now, thanks. My fucking cravat! I was giving you a perfectly good handkerchief, and you grabbed my cravat. What the fuck is your problem?
Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Franziska is sympathetic to Kay's feelings.
Alright. Talk to me about Pops.
What kind of person was your father?
Instantly. Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
A promise notebook? May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later.
Alright. We don't have details on it, but we just have it as evidence now.
Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
Or a fucking thief. I'm gonna try. Hello, Kay. I'm a detective that catches bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too. Yeah, you're really cool, too, Gummy. Hey, aren't I, Kay?
What is with the two of them?
I handed down the verdict of justice, so that makes me a hero, too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony. You almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy is not a bad man, okay? Kay is ready to fight.
That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice.
It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little bit more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier? Yup. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway, staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We were only talked for a little while, and then we went our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right? Yeah, you got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Swiss rolls. You're the one who brought this. You were the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay. Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had, but that still wasn't really enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me for an exchange, to exchange a handful of change for $1, and that's when you came to ask me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure, but let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? Yow! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus, don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Are you finishing this today? More than likely. Oh, and this is the fucking fabric that she hands Edgeworth at the end of case 3. It's another cravat. Okay. Also, cravatless Edgeworth, cravatless Edgeworth. Never take things from a stranger. If it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page. Never take things from a stranger, never go anywhere with a stranger. Wait. Was he fucking teaching his daughter contradictory lessons? Like, hey, as the great thief Yatagarasu, I say never take things from a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me the next time we meet. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. He attached that shit fast as fuck. Didn't it make clip-on cravats? Is that a thing? And now then, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with the little girl Kay in the hallway. I think it's more like, don't take candy from a stranger. Yeah, of course, but it's just the way it's phrased. Because, like, don't take anything from a stranger? I don't know. It just seems like it's phrased weird to me is all. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why. So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions with his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Was lying on account of Kay? Technically the notebook? because she technically took the Swiss roll from a stranger? Yeah, there it goes. Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Ew! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting. All the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then an angel showed up from heaven. Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins. So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped half of the... No! No! Kay, how could you? Wow, you really got me there, pal. I like the song. It's a nice song. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other role. It's like an upbeat version of Gumshoe's theme. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway during the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed them double murders. Objection! Shut up, you. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. Stop laughing. Getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what do we hear? What is a child doing in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in. Run, Kay. Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's. I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however. As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see, isn't it obvious that it only could have been the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right, I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. To be continued. So let's go check out lobby number 1. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Hey, Kay. Uncle Bad, is this it? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff.
Oh, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad, but it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always. So, perfume?
Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here, I've got something else for you.
Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy... Oh, she's eating too fast. I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Okay.
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady, too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad? I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids not to mess up the crime scene, and now you let this child run free. Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
There's no way Bad's a bad guy, right? I think... Nah. There's no way. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I think Bad might be a redhead. I think the way that the case has presented itself, it's either Manny or it's you, right? And I wonder if it's I wonder if the fact that he showed up after the murder is committed is just something to try to throw you off of Yu's track, right? Because Yu is pushing rather strongly to convict Gumshoe, and I mean the obvious answer is, well, he's the only person that was at the scene, right? Like he's with all the evidence presented, he's the only logical person that could have done this. But at the same time, it seems like she's being just a little bit too pressuring on it. And with the fact of her trying to chase Kay out of the courtroom while she was telling her side of the story, makes her seem a little bit suspect. So we're gonna put you number 1 for most suspicion, and then Manny Cochin, or is it Cochin? Manny Cochin? I think it's Cochin. We're gonna put Cochin right underneath her. So top suspect number 1 is, what is it, Callisto Yu?
I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this. But, in the absence of perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering.
Well, what's up, Bad?
Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay.
It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point.
Mirror.
I don't have time to waste. It sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room?
I assume it's the fucking perfume?
Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window here, but that smell's still here.
Okay. This would also lead to why the window was open in lobby number 2 to clear the smell of perfume out. Because if the bottle was knocked over in here, then it would cause the smell to be stronger. However, if she was just wearing it, she would just need to air the room out had she gone into it. So there's a possibility that that she in fact was in the second defendant lobby, right?
Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in this air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born from a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest about what she wants?
Alright. What does that even say on the fucking front of it? Does it say Lennis? I can't fucking read it.
So now we have the perfume Miss You wears. Just fantastic. Is it all you wanted to talk about? Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about.
This sprite right here is the most dangerous one. During the recess.
So you were in this room the entire recess. Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations. Guess I am. Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Let's see, Miss Yu was the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Cadopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell.
Oh, lollipop, not a cigarette. Yeah, this guy, I feel like this guy is just an actual nice guy. He's a good guy, even though his name is bad.
The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amana Group's secretaries? The trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case had become tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amana Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Devereux. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devereux was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano group. He can't mean Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. So, this all has a relation back to that smuggling ring, which has a relation to the second case, which is... Okay, so let's bring it back, because this game is tying all of its cases together, and it's making it very neat and presentable, which is actually really good. The overall story of this game is being a little bit more... handled a little bit more well than I feel that the overall pace of the Ace Attorney, like, overall tie-togethers are. So, KG8 incident occurs, and then we don't know how long ago this was after the first KG8 incident, but after the while, the second one happens. It's supposed to be involving a big smuggling ring involving Byrne Faraday. Is his name right? Byrne Faraday? What's up, Paladin? What's going on? So it's the first two KG8 incidents occur involving a smuggling ring with the Amano group and Byrne Faraday and his daughter Kay Faraday. A couple years later, there happens to be a murder that happens to take place on an airplane that involves smuggling once again, that is being investigated by Interpol, and Franziska happens to be the one that's hunting down that case. In addition to that, once Miles solves that murder that happened to take place, no, she didn't regress. This is 7 years in the past, so everybody's younger. This isn't some wacky shit. This is an old case. This is the first, like, introduction of Kay Faraday. So with that, after Miles lands and gets home, he discovers... Well, no, what was the order of events? Miles gets home. The one thing I want to know is, does Case 1 come before Case 3, or does Case 3 come before Case 1? It feels like, because Jim is dead in Case 1, so Case 3 has to come before Buddy Faith, not Jim. Jim was what Jock Sportsman called him. So it's Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 1... Well, no, it's Chapter 4, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 1. That's the order of events. And they all seem to be tying together, and I think that's actually really nice. I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed, but the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. I don't know, the way you can tell this is, like, supposed to be in the past is this is young Edgeworth wearing his debut suit that he was going to wear to this trial, but the defendant and the prosecutor ended up dropping dead before he was going to take over, so trial kind of got called off, you know? Can't really hold a trial for a dead man. Can you? Actually? No, hold on. Can you hold a trial for a dead man? That'd be sick. I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. It wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss, you did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap. Yeah, 6'5" is evidence of that? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. And 6'3" as well, right? Not just 6'5", 6'3" as well, because trust in me. Yeah. In this universe, you can hold a trial for a dead man. What kind of a trap? The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon?
You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? Damn.
No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU when the suspect was found not guilty. We'd hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned, and that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister.
The 6-3 trial was for Milo, though, right? Correct, but it was also to figure out what, to what end Trust was guilty in it. And because it was his suicide, it was like, okay, well, we judge the actions of a dead man in his suicide to cover up his wife's murder. So he's guilty in that, but he's dead, I guess.
That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
Alright. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day of the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not?
Yeah, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop herself at just a slap. If it was me, I would have... Not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us again.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct?
Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close.
I would say 6-5 is probably more, the trial is more to clear Dirk's name, right? It wasn't that Dirk was on trial once we figured out he was dead. It was more so, yeah, we're clearing his name now. Because once it's revealed that Dirk has been dead and the person we are talking to is not Dirk, right? It's like, oh, well, yeah, we can't really send a dead man to jail, so we just have to prove he's innocent, right?
Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases.
He was still on trial, though, because otherwise the Defense Culpability Act wouldn't be a thing. Wouldn't that more so be that it was fucking, Garon's pettiness? She wanted anybody who would stand against her to be kind of smote down, and she just wanted Phoenix and Apollo to take that fall, regardless of if there was there was some fucky shit going on there. It was by technicality that the Defense Culpability Act was still being imposed. And I think Garon even knew that, but she was like, well, these people pose the biggest threat to me, so I have to prove that that fucking Dirk was still responsible for this, and then I can kill these two. Because the threat for it was public execution, but how can you execute a dead man? Right?
But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in the pursuit of that ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial, related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I the lead detective. Took the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them. Yeah. She was pursuing the ring as the best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended well this time for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. Yeah. Right, so she was just trying to throw him under the bus so she could figure out the truth, right? That's actually pretty noble. I'll give you that. She's laughing at me for no reason, but that's still pretty noble. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of Yvonne Carmel?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit a limit of what the law could do.
That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
Alright, now your relation to Faraday. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay very well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and we cracked quite a few cases together.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. Did we touch a nerve?
Only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either.
Since there's more to that statement than meets the eye, perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. Yatagarasu? You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident and the second KG-8 incident, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring, and in both of these cases the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence of the, or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared that Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we'd never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. Edgeworth, no! Ah! It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadopian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
So it's a fake Yatagarasu?
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure it was the Yatagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
Just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we question Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
And that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I now have a better understanding of the Yatagarasu.
Huh.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty.
September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Thanks, Judge. What's up? Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't you call me in here? Why are you sad? You should have known I was going to be pulling up. Why are you sad? You fucking moron.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think anything other than the verdict.
Franziska, there is no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence... Your Honor.
Oh, you!
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She's busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find leads regarding their case. Maybe even something that would lead me to the truth.
I place all the evidence all over the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much.
Alright. There we go.
So this is the evidence related to today's Cadopian Embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes, finally we can take a look at the evidence itself and not just look at the data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around today just because Papa chose you.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
Alright, so we have the gun, the knife, I assume autopsy report? It's also real to see the knife up close.
So we have the knife, the gun, and the envelope, and what is this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help in the investigation.
Detective Bad said that.
What a strange stroke of luck.
We'll never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too.
I won't rest, of course. Let's start with what we have.
It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
It's never crossed your mind that using a riding crop for the wrong purpose?
He's got a point.
This gun, it was originally used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell stood holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence.
Alright, let's take a look at this file.
I took a look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock being shot in the heart. Mackerel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, for the weapon was the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act of being
was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera. The Cadopian Embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video to the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. Alright, and now let's look at the planner, or organizer rather. It appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell is the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity in the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. No matter how many he tried to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. So the Yatagarasu's key, the one thing that's missing, right? Unless the knife is somehow a key? That's stupid, but I wouldn't put it past this game. And apparently he had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Alright, well, I mean, I just gave it a thorough read. Look, there's a picture stuck in between the pages here. It appears to be a key. And it looks... yeah, nah. Okay, so the handle of the knife flips open and does this. So it is a butterfly knife, quite literally. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design of the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned to his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier. Yeah. Yeah, the Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Right. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe. And the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and the smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. Key jotted down. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. Okay, so this opens up the possibility that whoever knew about the key would have to be implicated as well, right? Because whoever knew about the key knew it would have to also flip out to a knife. And depending on if you knew that, then she could have flipped it into a knife and stabbed Faraday, right? Interesting. Well, this is the piece of evidence I think that I was looking for. This feels like it's very almost conclusive. But we got our piece of evidence that we were looking for. It was there the whole time, just hiding in plain sight. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? Flip the receipt, Miles! Look on the back of the receipt! Quite literally. Just flip the fucking knife handle.
Miles, no. We need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife anywhere in the organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca.
Okay, well, he figured it out. Then what is it? It's different than Phoenix saying that because it isn't a bluff. That's Miles genuinely figuring it out, and you as the player have to present it. Whereas, if Phoenix would have said that, there would have been a line about, well, I don't know yet, but this could be it. Or some shit like that.
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was being brought into the courthouse.
Where the key?
This Yatagarasu key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. Well, wait until he explains it so you can see how truly stupid you are, Francisca.
You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything?
They do remind me of that knife.
Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say?
It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible.
Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate the possibility. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail.
Well, I mean, let's look at the handle. Or, do I get the... Oh, I gotta look at the base of the handle, right? Because that's where the fucking edge of the key is. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing.
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now.
Yatagarasu's key data updated in my organizer. Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife in the knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to the knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday, meaning that the only person who it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place, the great thief Yatagarasu.
Wasn't fucking Faraday the Yatagarasu? Or am I just assuming that because Kay took up the mantle? Is it possible that Callisto is the fucking Yatagarasu? Or is this just Miles' misunderstanding? And maybe Mr. Rell really was the Yatagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
Not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier.
Yeah, they questioned him and he had no idea what was said with it. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case.
Now, I would say that if you potentially played this back to back with Case 3, you would potentially be looking at Kay as a suspect, even though she's not stabbing anybody in the fucking chest, especially her dad. But it would be an interesting twist that they could try to pull if you played it consecutively.
That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
A video showing the moment in which Mr. Rell committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed?
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Well, I didn't take a good look at the picture super hard when they showed the video, because it could have showed somebody else in that frame, right?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you've laid out for me.
But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene.
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I'll have to pay yet another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2.
September 10th, 6 p.m. Oh, is that fucking, that Shilong? What are you doing here, bud?
That's Detective...
Oh, no, wait. Oh, Detective Bad's on the other side. Okay, I was about to say. I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it?
No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere.
I see. Well then, please continue the search.
Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed in crime scenes.
How dare you? Just who do you think you are?
And there he goes.
What was that all about? And who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. So that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who's or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? A guy came here from the Republic of Zangfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding in what happened in this room straight from him.
Alright. Talk to me.
Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success, and what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked you about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer out from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we are asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid.
Time of the murder.
I'd like to ask once again about what happened here around the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do will be a waste of time.
So, it appears that he's not going to talk to us. If we present the key to him, I hope it shows something. And it would make sense that it would. But let's see.
Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Gumshoe really is a saying I would have quit if Bad was my boss. Well, to be fair, this is Gumshoe's, like, first day upon being a detective, right? He hasn't really gotten a chance to do that much. So he might not even know that Bad is like how Bad is. He could just be chilling. We don't know. It's Gumshoe. We could never know. things you don't know about. But aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad.
Alright, so...
Detective Bad. Did you know of the existence of this?
Oh, well, I get... maybe we can show either. I thought we were supposed to show him the knife to see if he knows the trick behind it. But I guess if we ask him about the key, we get the same shit. That makes sense. Because how would he know that it's what happened to the key if he wasn't able to present the key? You know, no, yeah. Either works.
Did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Huh. Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and the Yatagarasu key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rell was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife.
I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. Okay, so this kind of rules out Bad as the person that could have stabbed him. So this really only leaves Callisto, you, and Manny Coachum as the only two possible suspects. But the only problem with that is we're now trying to prove that one of them is the real Yatagarasu, right? And the Yatagarasu, at least as far as we know, would not commit murder, but does that mean that she's working with Manny? Does that mean that you was it's kind of weird, right? The person that killed your sister you're going to work with? But if they knew something that you didn't, then that would make sense. That you're not trying to get them killed, right?
Neither of us did, and no one in law enforcement knew either. How do we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for.
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? If you think about it, knives are just like person keys, except they unlock death.
Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
Alright, but it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Alright. Time of the murder.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same, and this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear up everything.
Well, a fire.
And find the truth behind this case.
Detective Bad's movements. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. Interesting. Okay. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe... Okay, so is it possible that... Bad heard the gunshot as the balloon as well? Because that seems very possible. He sounds exactly this. It sounds exactly like the same story he told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all of the information that we can.
Detective Bad's movements. Rebuttal time. Alright. So.
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. So we heard the balloon pop as well. Right? If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, then that would give the other piece of evidence entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. Anything other strange sounds until that gunshot? Should have heard the balloon though, homie. Shake that head. Yeah. Detective Bat, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you know about that girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. There's a helium tank in the courthouse somewhere? For what purpose? Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh, so the sound of that judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was about to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in the lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Don't give me a so. We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think that why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and the walls are super thick, and the window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Then you mean... Since I was shut inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. Well, I mean, if that's the case, nobody should have heard a gunshot coming from lobby number 2 at all. No. I knew that's what he was going to say. And that means that Scruff-Face's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any signs of a struggle. It's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. The other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. How so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faye's murder than I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does this all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how the detectives and Gumshoe only heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the stage of the crime scene again, huh? The stage of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? Oh, just... Okay, yeah, no. Alt logic's flooding in. Loud TV. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Well. Lobby number 2 window, dissipating the smell. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape the defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely between open barred windows. Alright, very loud TV and open windows. So if the TV was fucking turned up loud enough, somebody could have heard the gunshot playing from the TV and thought it was a gunshot actually happening. Is that what they're trying to do?
Now then, what else besides smell could go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both Defendant Lobby 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations.
Gunshot could be heard, missing evidence. Alright.
The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rail killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that this tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television.
The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. I want to look at the VHS player and more specific. Alright, here we go. Is the tape in here?
It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape, could it not be a missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Bad, would it be alright for you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out. Alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see.
This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along.
So, what I thought initially was wrong. The person didn't hide, or didn't intentionally try to hide the videotape because they could be seen in it. They were using it to falsify, or not falsify, but mix everybody up on the time of the actual shooting, right? So, this is making it more and more likely that it's you, right? Because if she knocked over her perfume and opened the windows to make it so that what's his name? Fucking Bad could hear the gunshot and it was being just played over the TV, and then creates a scenario in which, okay, they heard a gunshot, they have to go report the gunshot. That gives her fucking carte blanche to be around this floor by herself. This is interesting. I like this.
Sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out, then?
Yes, all I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard, and through where they heard it from.
Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now then, to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from, I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
And I present the video. Because they heard it coming through the window.
If the door and the windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby number 1 and 2 and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it.
But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe that our killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and when they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. Go on. So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video?
Yes, which means that the murder really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Investigation complete. We got him, boys. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her I'll be right over.
I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. To be continued. Okay, sick. End part 2. I assume that this is only a 2-part ender. Makes sense. Well, no, we haven't had anything that's been more than 2 parts, have we? Intradast. September 10th, 6:15 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Sup, chuckle fuck? Quite literally. Okay. Okay, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for has already...
Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it. Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for?
If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest? Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already, don't you? We'll see. It depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why, even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must be without a doubt Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have. Yes, that's all there is to my conclusion and to this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is. Argument time. Argument. Miss Yu's argument, as a matter of fact. Everyone sans the suspect has an alibi when the gun went off. Sans the suspect, Undertale niggas. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirm that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Press everything? Question mark? Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course. There is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve. Yeah, it's definitely a press. a press all prompt. I don't like her laughing. Yeah, it's really just everything so crazy. Like, just it's not that funny. We get it. He talks a little bit weird. The suspect, but I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi had already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you, this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Miss Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding. Haha, my sister died so funny, quite literally. Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing. No way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window into the garden?
Okay, no. Come on, Edgeworth. That's the first place everyone looks silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case.
I also confirmed there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape?
Of course I'm sure.
And why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Press. No panini.
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many questions unanswered. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
But you're the only one still wondering that, because it's a fucking valid question, moron! I'm not asking it because, haha, wouldn't it be funny if anybody could figure it out? It's quite literally the most important thing. Because there's no way he took a shot with his left hand and put the gun back in his right hand for him to just fall over and fucking die. God, I hate... yeah, what? Never say that, no panini? What? I just have to press. You don't fuck with panini presses, young nipple? What's wrong with that? Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Miss Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing.
I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready, all that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Franziska or myself speaking with you about the suspect, or about the subject. Jesus Christ.
Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi.
I see.
As for little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess, and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Franziska bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, monsieur, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty?
What about them?
Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time?
It would probably be a good idea for you to do that, but what kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into... No, it does! God damn it. I'm gonna have to present the fucking, what's that shit? The videotape to her now here. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dash from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard the gunshot, shall we? I suppose if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe was the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when the gunshot you heard went off? That gunshot was a trap meant to... Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Yep, as I thought. That tape. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape that Mr. Rail, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded into the video player in lobby number 2, and that was connected to the large television that has volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred at much earlier than we heard, and than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If I played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from a television don't amount to much here, but of course Mr. Prosecutor, Edgeworth, and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We knew about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea up until a little while ago, but... That's right. If the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. Yet we heard the gunshot as clear as day. And that's it. End of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room? The window was open. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was opened in each. Got him. GG's. Now, we know that the window in lobby 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open. It's probably just coincidence that they were just both open at the same time. Edgeworth's objection seems so much more like loud and boisterous compared to everybody else's. Everybody's got a kind of like a tiny baby objection, and then Edgeworth is just objection. He's strong with it. The mole under her eye. How about you calm down? She's a killer. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Oh, here we go. Fuck around with them fuck arounds. Fuck around and get smoked. Miss Callisto, you. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Red. What? You indict me? Oh! Got shook. Smeared lipstick all across your cheek. Yeah, dummy, I got you. Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Wouldn't have saved her looks anyways. Yeah. Killer. And she's an asshole for making fun of Miles. Miles and Franziska. Well now, Miss Yu, do you feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Mr. Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral to this. But I'll have you know I'm quite enjoying this dance. Quite a bit. I guess this means it's about time for my own rebuttal now, right? Well, you ready to get smoked? Ms. Yu's rebuttal. You argue that the window was open, however, do you have any proof it was I who did that? Dog. Bad told us that you opened the window in lobby number 2 to let the scent of your You're trying to set up an alibi for yourself. We got you, buddy. I don't even have to read the rest of that testimony. We got you. Just shut up, nigga. Actually, just shut your mouth. Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Where's your perfume? There it is. Let's go. Shut up.
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Ah, Edgeworth. I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know?
What, this isn't mine.
That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Striker Franziska coming in for the assist. Let's go!
Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you.
Because it gets really strong really fast. So, what about the perfume?
While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad.
Oh, I know.
You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Come now, I've already told you that that's just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know. So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control, and the most important fact about this case is when the people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time.
You mean?
Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1 when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought of by you, Miss Yu.
Got him. GG's. You're fucked. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Now, if we get her to break down and she just starts going fucking crazy with laughter, I'm out of here.
Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I've already had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Last testimony. Why it couldn't be me. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top, but I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. Yo, watch your tone. I'm not the murderer here. You are. Watch your tone. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used came from to kill him. No one could have known it was a knife. But it was a key.
Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her.
I'm sure the murderer will watch their tone now, Chris. Yeah, it's like, yeah, nah. Forgery of evidence? Yeah. Von Karma student? Should have known. Just watch your tone. Just back up. Murder is one thing, but being rude, that's too far? Yeah, nah, just shut up. Let's see if we can trip her up.
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag.
Miles, what do you think you're doing?
I'm drawing the truth out of her, that's what I'm doing.
Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier.
Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
Ah, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut to the lies? Cut it out with the lies. I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. Unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony.
Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like. There was a key as the evidence bag, but you can't kill anybody with a simple key. It's time! Get fucked, loser! That's Persona 5 Royal down, now the wait for Xenoblade Pog. Amazing. Miss you, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has a secret ability to transform into a knife, which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it is more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. How about you just shut up? You would even now feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything, but we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you who isn't a member of law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Is that a whip she was holding? It's a riding crop. It's like a baby whip. She has received her second middle evolution stage. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged... Ooh, he didn't know either! We got you. That's a good game. Alright. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about the key, how the key actually transforms. What? What you are saying is not simply possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he never mentions anything about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to an oral communication? Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. Shh. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have had much of a reason to. Looks like he gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it, but that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know that the real nature of this knife. Do you know? Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have the knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? Well, the Yatagarasu. There is only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is? That is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Well, got him, boys. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Miss Yu. Oh, I now understand the last name. Because it's not you as in Y-O-U. It's more like Y-U. And what's the beginning and ending letter of Yatagarasu? I get it. Okay. You used Mr. Rare to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this? Don't start laughing. Don't laugh really hard. No, no, no. Fucking Christ. It is spelled Y-E-U, but I thought it was like pointing at like you. Like it's talking about somebody like you. You could have done it. But who could have seen that laughing fit coming? Not me. Not me at all. I still don't think they feel like... I don't feel like they used it for the U pun, because I guess it's up for interpretation then, without specifically saying like, oh, it's this or it's that, right? That's pretty cool. A stupid rookie prosecutor would see right through me. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace.
You killed Faraday?
He was on your trail.
Why, answer me, Callisto, you.
Uh-huh. Callisto you, huh? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. Once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves only to two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. If nothing else, at least Bad helped my case a little bit. Yeah, Bad's nice. A little edgy, but like that's just from his design, right? He's not awful. Bad is fine. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. No, I meant with the UU. Oh, okay. I mean, like, it's just one line. Like, there could have been a lot of other stuff that you could have said, right? Like, the evidence points to you. Like, I still feel it's like up for interpretation. You can take either side.
But didn't you say that you despise criminals?
But I do, really. But do I really?
You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe. What sort of woman would...
So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. In order to get with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag, and he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. What?
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
If you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well.
I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led to the killer think about setting them up as though they'd kill each other.
And the trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use the gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for his hard work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
See, client? If you want to talk about who was a client of who's first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Utopian Embassy staff member and dead man. What?
You ordered a hit job.
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. Or CU for exposing the truth. There are several uses for it, TBH. Yeah, I mean, I thought CCU was supposed to be an acronym for something, but Or it was supposed to be cease you, as in like somebody stopped her from living, as in they cease you. I had dead man killed because he was about to give away every info about the smuggling. Now, who exactly would benefit from such an assassination?
Can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. Shock.
How could this... You don't mean... You're working with Manny Cochin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. CC wasn't too much of a stretch when Dead Man is right there. Yeah. Fair enough. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh! Pull the fucking trigger. I dare you. Nah. You're gonna have to squeeze that one. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I still gladly take it.
You mean... the key was your real target?
And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
You two, get down! My body, I can't move.
Hey, mister, to your right!
You... Are you alright, Francisca?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot.
No. September 10th, 7 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have set up a perimeter sooner. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket.
You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. Is he gonna start bleeding?
But more importantly, boy, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt?
The turnaround, let's go! I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know, she sort of just disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I liked you guys after all, too.
I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops. Pops, watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, yeah.
Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday.
Well, we'll be seeing him in episode 5 then, for sure. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
Judge, no.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
It was no problem, really. I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Will you do a character tier list at some point as well? I think it was I think it might have been Gallus that recommended doing like a character tier list for everybody, like all the main characters for every game that we've played, like including I and Your Turn to Die and shit like that. But I can definitely do one for Ace Attorney after I'm done with this game, or this game and Investigations too, because I plan on playing that after this. But we'll definitely get a character tier list going. We can do that. Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired. You should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship. Well, give a man his snack back. Wait, what? Oh, there it is.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all. I appreciate Ace Attorney one with many games. I'd assume I'd risk getting spoiled of the ones that I haven't played yet, potentially. So yeah, I'll definitely do an Ace Attorney one, but the multi-character one, that one would be too fucking long. Because even the Danganronpa one we did was fucking way too fucking long, right? And there was like a fuck ton of characters on that. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Well, sure, go ahead. This was for Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one case saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments had touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. Woof, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? He only noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him. Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first... You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. The pledge. Let's go! I guess you can do lawyers, prosecutors, defendants, assistants, and murderers. Correct. And judge, in judge tier. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship for that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir, and don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at a court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. And for that he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... Yeah. But that choice can be made once you see how many the rest are in total. Yeah, of course. So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They live really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right. So, does it make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and... Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father. Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu? Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary. That's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It was just the expression on my face. It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
Alright then, how do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. Callous to you? Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. Which, I mean, very, very on the nose. That makes the most sense, actually. Like I said, there's a lot of different interpretations, but I think that one is the most apt. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Wow, Mr. Faraday just wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was really a great thief, huh? Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth, but he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. Despite that, the Yatagarasu had been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you?
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card.
Yep, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto U Lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bat told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and knew I couldn't just let it go. I also wasn't sure if that was a real word, even if it sounded legit. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Callous to you. I mean, yeah, it makes sense, especially with the personality. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I just couldn't let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and misused identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Kay, so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. If you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
An evil woman? You mean Callisto U?
I think it's too hard for myself to catch her. I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me for what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean?
Yes. That case has been weighing down on my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands at a crime, I believe that I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light that day, the day after I made that promise to Kay.
And then that's the end, right? Yep. Alright. That was actually a decently really good case. I would feel, turnabout ablaze. Holy shit. Well, I think that's going to do it for me for today. We are looking at continuing this game into its finale I don't know if we plan on completing it tomorrow because I don't know how long it's going to be, but we will be starting Turnabout Ablaze right on time. We might start it a little bit earlier, just so we might start it back on like the old startup time, so 3 p.m. EST, just so we can get through the majority of the case. But if it's super duper long, then we might have to break it up. But that was a really good case. I actually am thoroughly pleased by that one. Like the mystery was good enough to keep you guessing. It throws out proper suspicion onto the actual excuse me culprit when the time comes, but it doesn't really want to linger on that all too much because you can say like, oh yeah, no, it seems like it was obvious that it was going to be the prosecutor, or yeah, it was going to be the prosecutor, but then it's like, no, she's the defense attorney. So it seems like it was going to be obvious that it was the defense attorney, but then it kind of starts changing and turning, and then it's like, okay, no, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. The more you get into the case, the more clear the mystery becomes. And I actually really like that. I wish a lot of Ace Attorney cases were like that, not as just like, hey, who's the guy who looks like he's the monster? Yeah, he's probably the murderer. Oh well. So I feel like these games are handling the mystery of the murder mystery part a little bit more well. And I think that's because Ace Attorney like kind of holds on to its longer length of cases and kind of presents everything in a step-by-step fashion, where this one has a little bit more logic jumps, and I'm actually really appreciative of that. But with that being said, that's how I feel about the game thus far on case 4. We do have the finale, Turnabout Ablaze to do, and like I said, we will be starting that tomorrow. Snark, what are you doing here? A little bit more well. Do you want that one back, Chris? No. A little bit more well. That's correct. Snark came in right at the end. What a bastard. I hate this guy. But I'd like to thank you all very much for coming out. Like I said, we'll probably be going live tomorrow with the start of Turnabout Ablaze. But until then, I'll just have to catch you guys later. Peace.